There we go. Crossed over 30,000 subscribers. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. I want to wish all of you guys happy holidays, Merry Christmas. It's upon us once again. And today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists that is specifically Christmas themed. We are going to be recreating Santa Claus by Andy Warhol from 1981, part of his Myths series. And this is definitely a little bit of maybe a different depiction of Santa than maybe we've... Well, I mean, it's not that different, but in terms of like the way that Warhol would approach things, I think he's giving a little bit of an interesting spin on the Santa Claus myth here. So we're going to do our best to recreate this painting. I'm even going to use a little bit of glitter in this painting. I don't know if I've ever used glitter in one of our paintings, because this original print, of which he made 200, he actually used diamond dust in there to give it a kind of a reflective sheen. So let's get to it. My touchpad here is charging, so I'm going to see if I can use my left hand for some of this. So the plan for today's episode is we're going to get the image on the canvas. I'll show you where to find it and how to do that. Then we're going to stain it with some color. We'll talk a little bit about Warhol's biography. I've done that, we've done maybe 6 episodes on Warhol in the past, so I'm probably not going to spend too much time on that, but I will talk a little bit more specifically about the series that this Santa Claus image is from. Underpainting. I don't know if we're going to do an underpainting. We'll think about it. Background is relatively simple, so we'll spend most of our time in the foreground. And since we're starting an hour and a half late, I'm going to anticipate trying to wrap up in a shorter span of time. But whenever I say that, bad things happen. So we'll see. We'll see. Of course, if you're watching the episode for the first time, consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and hitting the notification bell so you know when an episode starts a little bit later, like today's, and you're not so caught off guard. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal, the Super Chat, or you want to send a good old-fashioned check or e-transfer, my email's on the Facebook group and my website. Speaking of the Facebook group, you ought to join the Facebook group, because once a month or so I go through there, take everything that's on there, and give people free feedback. It's probably the most popular thing that I've been doing here over the past few years. So if you want to participate in that, I would love to see what you're creating, whether it's Santa Claus by Warhol like we're going to do today or something else. Let's share and celebrate each other's work. It's a wonderful community on our Facebook group. So even if you just subscribe and you just get inspired by work that fellow artists like yourself have been creating, I highly recommend it. Okay, so let's go in. Oh, look, the old gang's back together. There's Kathy, Senga, Hast, Lolly in the chat. That's awesome. Where should we start? Okay, let's go to here. So the first step is to get an image on the canvas, something that we can use to paint with. And that's certainly what Warhol would have done here. So let's see where we can find our image. Now, here's the Facebook group. As always, I post a little blurb about each episode to give you a bit of a tease so you have an idea of what we're about to do and why we're going to do it. But let's go to the Dropbox folder here. So I think it's the second link in the description below. You go to the Dropbox folder. At the top is all of the basic files you need to get started. If you've never painted before and you don't know what to buy or whatever, here's all the stuff to get you going. The next, I don't know, 50 folders are paintings that are much easier for a beginner painter to do. And some of them are easy but just take a little bit longer to do. Right, and of course you could just watch step by step how I do it. And then the next, I don't know, 180 folders here that are just numbered are for a little bit more complex paintings. See, it just keeps going on and on. But we're going to go here to number 121. And you can see that in many of these folders, there's more than just one painting. In this set here, we've got, eventually there'll be 6 artworks in here. We're going to do a few other Warhol-inspired artworks over the next week. But and maybe Thursday morning, so in a few days, Those of you that are on the other side of the planet might be getting up a little bit early, or I'll be getting up a little bit early to do some of his illustrations before he became famous. So these are, anyway, you'll see Andy Warhol's Santa Claus here, and then the illustrations that I did on my iPad Pro. So I'll just show you. There's the original. Or actually the original square, maybe just in all transparency, the original image is square. I have enlarged it on the top and the bottom. So, yeah, and then here's my outline. So that, because I'm trying to make all these paintings on the same consistent dimensions so that you don't have to get different canvas for every painting. As long as you get the same sort of size we're using, you're good to go. So you can download that image, and then you can print it out on your inkjet printer at home, and you'll see, you know, just a regular photocopy piece of paper. It works just fine. There's one of the Christmas images, the Christmas shoe that he did as part of Christmas cards he made for Tiffany & Co. So we'll do that on a separate episode, and we're going to use a very unique process for that type of image. So a process that really nobody else used before or since. His blotting technique, and another just incredible thing with Warhol. Okay, so actually, I'll just tape this down. I just want to mention too. So I'm going to paint this on a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. And I like this brand. They come out to about $2 a piece when you order 12 of them on Amazon for like 26 bucks or something. They come pre-wrapped in plastic and pre-gessoed. I take them out of the plastic, I sand it down with 100 grit sandpaper, just very lightly to take some of the tooth off. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top, let that dry overnight, and then the next day I take 220 grit sandpaper and just sand it down so it gets nice and smooth. And that just makes life very easy, or easier when you're painting. Now, one of the things with this artwork that is kind of a little bit odd is how Warhol, the framing, the composition of this image with Santa's face jammed right up to the side, I think probably to showcase the big, the ball at the end of Santa's hat here. Personally, I find that so... It is... there's reasons why he did that. We'll get all into that. I think, though, I'm going to move my Santa over a bit and give a lot more space. And even some of this is going to get cut off on the side. I know it's sacrilegious to do that. And probably one of the few times I can ever think of having done this to one of the works we're doing. Usually I sort of go with what the artist has done, but I'm going to move it off so there's a little bit more room on this side, and we'll just sort of fudge in some of Santa's hair over here. Because at the end of the day, this is going to be my painting that's going to be on display in my house, and while I'm always, I want to honor the artist's original intent, I think of all the people who ever made art that we've looked at on this show, Warhol, of all of them, would be the most, would understand more than anybody else why an artist might, you know, take someone's work and maybe reinterpret it in a different way. After all, that's how he really became famous as a fine artist, because he became famous before he was a fine artist. And we'll get into that on, I think, Thursday morning's episode, because we'll be looking at his early artwork from the 1950s when he was a commercial illustrator for, I think, the first time. We've never done any of his early work before, so that's one we get to do some of, and that's when he was really doing very Christmassy themed stuff for Tiffany's. Okay, so to get this image on the canvas, I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper, or actually technically I'm using graphite transfer paper in this pack that you can get for 100 of these on Amazon for like $13 or something. And you'll be able to, I'll be using this probably until the rest of my hair goes white. So I'm going to take it out. You can see one side's darker than the other because one side's got graphite or carbon on it. I'm going to slide this under here. And I'm going to take a pen and let's go over some of these lines. One of the things, too, is with Warhol, one of the reasons why this whole idea of tracing images that we do here on this show is directly inspired, in my mind anyway, or I was directly inspired by Warhol's use of tracing, overt use of it, and unapologetic use of it in his own artwork. And Warhol was absolutely 100% one of the great iconoclasts of all art. He really pushed the boundaries as to what is acceptable, and certainly upset many people who are still upset, you know, decades and decades after he died, and consider him to be essentially the Antichrist when it comes to art. But and this idea of tracing images, copying images, was the prime example for why he was a terrible artist in some people's views. And so, but I think Warhol and his whole philosophy, pop philosophy, was partly about democratizing art and making artworks of things that, like everyday objects, like Campbell's soup cans, the very things that prior generations of artists scoffed at as kitsch and not worthy of real, true aesthetic contemplation. That the idea of making a painting of a Campbell's soup can was about as heretical as you could possibly imagine. And I mean that in this, basically the religious sense, because for many people, art is a religion. And that people take art that seriously. And, you know, I take art very seriously myself. I wouldn't say it's a religion, but or I don't treat it as a religion, but some people really do. And so for Warhol to smash so many boundaries in such a cavalier way is makes him, for me, like one of the great boundary pushers, boundary bashers in human culture generally. And he did it so gleefully that it really upset many people. Again, some people still to this day, you know, think Warhol was one of the worst things that ever happened to Western culture. In that he really elevated and glorified celebrity culture, and some people might say that's the very thing that has, you know, that is wrong with contemporary society, that people are so obsessed with what celebrities are doing and that everybody wants to be a celebrity. I mean, obviously Warhol famously said one of the most famous quotes of all time about celebrity, that everyone, in the future, everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. And, you know, perhaps that has never been more true than it is today with, like, YouTube or TikTok and Instagram and all this social media, where someone can just out of nowhere in a matter of hours become one of the most talked about persons on the planet. Or someone like Kim Kardashian could become a major celebrity for doing, I don't know, I honestly don't know what she's really done to merit such attention. And I mean that not in a disparaging way, but like I honestly couldn't tell you. Like, I mean, I guess she was on a reality TV show about her family, right? But so I'm just inventing a few extra little lines here. Okay. So you can see the face of Santa is now much more centrally placed than in the original that he created. Which for me just feels, especially because I have a little bit more room on either side, so that it makes sense for me, but I could totally understand if you're like, he's he's done this great work, a disservice. But as I said, I think literally if Warhol was here and we asked him, he'd go, that's great, I love it, that's great. Whether he meant it or not, I think he probably would. I think he just was like, almost had a kind of Zen approach to things where it's like, yeah, that's great, sure, yeah, whatever, yeah, sure. You want me to sign it? What can I do to help? Okay. Wow, look at all these comments. Well, there's so many what's everyone talking about there in the chat? Well, he says the shops are getting crazy now, aren't they? The Christmas madness has begun. Well, he says, Michael, do you say this painting has diamonds in it or something? Yes, he used diamond dust in here. Now, I think it's such a fine powdered dust, because, you know, when they're cutting diamonds down to you know, into shapes and things for reflective purposes, there's dust that comes, just like when you saw and there's sawdust comes out. So, but I think most of the times that dust, that diamond dust, has very little value, and so probably, I mean, I don't know, I'm sure people sell it for a lot of money anyway, but I think it's probably cheaper than you might imagine. Senga says the Glasgow town shops are empty. Interesting. Okay. Senga said you got Warhol's voice down to a T. When I was in college, I took a couple classes on Andy Warhol. So I've read all of Warhol's books. I've seen almost all of Warhol's films, even the ones that you might think of that are kind of notoriously quote-unquote bad, I love. I think are groundbreaking, but maybe we'll get into that in today's episode. So, let's move on here. Now that we've got our image transferred onto the canvas, let's talk a little bit about paint. And the first thing we're going to do is apply what's called an Imprimatura, that first layer of paint. But maybe even before we apply that layer of paint, let's talk about what paint we would use and how we're going to do this, right? So what I like to use is what's called a split primary palette. Now, I went all the way through undergraduate school and graduate school, studied at 4 of the best art schools in the world, and never heard about this once. It wasn't until I became a teacher myself that I had to kind of learn how to teach art that I stumbled upon this, and I was like, why isn't everybody using this system? It's like the most straightforward, logical method for mixing colors that I have ever heard of. And so we've done now, what, 315 episodes, painting episodes, and many of those episodes have 2 or 3 paintings in them. And it works. It works like a charm, and I think it's so straightforward and easy. So part of my goal here is to really popularize this method so that more and more people learn how to use it. so that more and more people start painting. Because after all, more and more people who are doing creative things and have creative outlets for their emotions, I think the better world we would live in. Anyway, off the soapbox we go, and let's just talk about these paints, right? So essentially all you need is 8 tubes of paint. And just think about when you go to the art supply store, what the bigger sizes of paint are, and almost inevitably they are these. 2 different yellows, 2 different reds, 2 different blues, plus white, and we don't even need that 8th tube of paint of black, because we can just mix our own black with this system, right? So I'm going to be using this Amsterdam brand of paint, and you can buy, this is a 250 milliliter tube of paint, which you can buy for about, I've just did a big order of them for about $17 Canadian. Sometimes you can find them a little bit cheaper, and in the States it would be about like $13 American, and who knows how much they are elsewhere on our beautiful planet. You can buy them off of Amazon, but on Amazon sometimes they're like 2 or 3 times the amount they are at your local art supply store. So just do a little bit of research before you go start dropping hundreds of dollars on paint, because I always advocate spending less money on art supplies so that if you make a mistake, you don't feel like you've thrown a whole bunch of money down the drain. So anyway, I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep as my priming layer, and I recommend using a warm yellow, but you don't have to. Probably, I don't think Warhol would have done a priming layer on really any of his work, but there's no, I think, I always like doing it, and I've done it in almost every episode, so I'm going to continue doing it. But you could use, you know, purple or green or brown, which would have been the more traditional way that artists like Leonardo da Vinci used in Imprimatura. Anyway, I'm going to go through a whole bunch of different paints here. I'm going to go through pretty quickly. Obviously, if you see something, you can always pause, go back, and take a screenshot and take it with you to the art supply store. So there's all of these different brands or brands that you could use, and my suggestions for the different hues that you could use for each of these brands. And all of them should work pretty well. I haven't tested this method with all of these paints, but just looking at various different websites, this is what I thought, well, this would probably be my suggestion for this different particular brand in order to get it done. I think it says, I got paints for 20 pounds. Wow, all of the tubes of paint for 20 pounds? Or did you buy 1 tube of paint for 20 pounds? Or one of these tubes of paint for 20 pounds? Probably should be a little bit cheaper in the UK, considering this brand, Amsterdam Paint, is from Holland. It's the manufacturer is Royal Talens, which is a Dutch company. And so I would, hopefully they should be cheaper on that side of the ocean than it is all the way over here, and not only on the other side of the ocean, but the other side of this continent. Although, where do they make these paints? Oh, it says made in Netherlands. Okay, I was gonna say maybe it was made in China. But the one thing, just as you see on the screen here, here's a couple of brands of paint I don't recommend, because I have used them personally, and they just have way too much white mixed into the paint, and it's not uncommon for paint to have titanium white mixed in it, especially cheaper brands, as a filler. But boy, oh boy, these 2 brands, Peebo and Museum, add way too much, and we certainly can't mix our own black with these paints, and you can't get really saturated colors. Everything looks a little bit muted, so I'm not a fan of that. I suggest you use one of those other brands that I showed on the screen at the same time. Senga got all of those tubes of paint for 20 pounds. My goodness, I gotta move to Scotland there. That's great. Okay, so let's look at putting this priming layer of paint on here. So I do have all these tubes of paint. You can see some of them behind me on the shelf. But I have also scraped out paint from tubes I was planning on tossing in the trash. And so I'm going to use that right here for this exact purpose. So just before you throw that tube of paint, you might want to just cut it open, and then you can use like a device like this like the Tube Ringer by Gill Mechanical Company. I'm sure you could find this at most art supply stores. And it looks like a medieval torture device, but you just put your paint tube in there like that, and then you squeeze it through, and it gets all the last little bits out. And then you can also cut it open, use a little spatula like this, scoop the rest out into a jar of your choosing. Okay, so I've got some paint here, and water. A little bit much, I think that's good. And then we'll stir this together. This is a little bit more dry because there was very little paint left in that jar. So it is a little bit gummy textured. I wonder if I'm going to have enough of this paint to get all the way across. Oh, we'll see. Okay. So as I said, typically throughout art history, artists applied an Imprimatura, at least in the Western world, and that color would be a warm brown, probably to replicate the look of wood, which artists had been painting on wood panels for 1,000+ years. But when they switched to painting on canvas, often they would apply a color, a warm brown, I think probably to replicate. Well, one reason would be to replicate the look of wood. But also this kind of approach can... Sometimes you might leave a little bit of that brown exposed, particularly if you're painting a landscape or a portrait painting. You might have a little bit of brown exposed from your Imprimatura or influencing the colors on top. And so I sometimes do that here. And this, I prefer this warm yellow right out of the tube. First of all, because it's just easy, right? You just squeeze it out of the tube and boom, you're going. And you got some color on the canvas. Just that scary white surface is just gone, and now you've got color. The painting is started officially. Because sometimes it can be kind of scary looking at a white canvas and you're like, oh my goodness, where do I even begin? Well, that decision's been made. We don't even have to worry about where to begin because we've begun. And it's so for me, it's also a big just part of my painting routine now. I just feel like it's one way of just, it's a very simple way of, I don't even have to think about it. I mean, I could buy a tube of brown paint, or I could pre-mix a whole jar of it in something like this and use that instead of mixing a warm yellow like this. But I also like the look of this warm yellow as it kind of glows through the surface, because light is going to penetrate those colors, bounce off of this, and kind of come back with a bit of a warm yellowish glow. And kind of gives it that sunset quality. Randy's there too. I have chuck roast for dinner, for Christmas dinner. I'm just trying to see if I missed anybody in the chat that I haven't mentioned as of yet. Oh, is Lisa's there? Did I mention Lisa off the top there? Where did I see? Oh yeah, there's Lisa. Okay, cool. Good to see you too, Lisa. Okay. Just before I move on, I'm just going to double check and just see if we want to do anything more here with this warm yellow. Do I want to paint over it? I could paint... Well, it is a white. I mean, I guess I could have just left that white, but... Or I could do a bit of like a a slightly newspaperish kind of color, slightly faded white. Do I want to do that? I could have also painted this like a warm red now that I look at it, or I could have painted it kind of a little bit of that gold brown. You know, now that I do look at it, I think, maybe red would have been more appropriate. But, you know, I'm already into it, so, let's blow dry it. And then I think I am going to mix a slightly different color here. I'm just going to take this paint, consolidate it. Goodness gracious, Michael. See, that's why I should have blow dried it before. Okay, I'll go clean that brush again. Okay, let's blow dry this. We'll do one thing at a time. You can see as I did that, going around those edges, a little bit of extra paint comes off on my fingers, right? And just the reason I'm doing this is I'm going to paint, I think, a white, or kind of white, over top of this. And that's, and sometimes when that brush gets over there and activates all that wet yellow, then that paint all of a sudden becomes yellow again. Lolly... what was it? Would a red Imprimatura be more difficult to use the white on top of? Good question. I think red would have worked really well here, especially if you do what I'm about to do is put this white over top of it. Like, and we might just leave, like if I was to do that, I would just leave that red exposed. What color should I paint here? I mean, obviously white. It's hard to know how much, like if this is just the white of the paper and it's just poorly photographed, or if it was a little bit kind of yellowish in places. That's always kind of the thing with all of these episodes. Sometimes I'm like, is that really the color, or what am I looking at here? So maybe what I'll do is I'm going to put some paint on my palette right now. I'm going to put I wonder how much of each color I'll ultimately end up using. Probably a little bit of this warm blue to make a skin tone for Santa's face. Cool red. Do I need a cool red? Maybe not. Cool blue, I think maybe we'll mix. Well, it's not really a black, but I think, well, we might need it. Let's put some of this cool blue there. I'm going to take some cool yellow again so that I can make my own black. It is a kind of a brownish color, but certainly warm red. I guess a little bit more warm yellow is needed. Okay. Oh, and white, of course. So really the only color that I haven't applied here thus far is my warm, or my cool red. And who knows, I probably will end up putting it on there in 10 minutes anyway. But so what I wanted to do was just sort of mix a little, maybe a very subtly brown, actually like cool red might have, no, I'm going to use a little bit of cool red after all. So I'm just going to take a tiny bit of it though. Let's put a bit, and let's put a bit more just in case I need. You don't need a lot. I'm just going to make a cool brown. So I'm taking cool yellow and cool red. And a little bit of cool blue. Make a cool brown. On the reddish side, let's take a tiny bit of cool yellow. There we go. That's a little bit fleshy as a color, but you know, I might be able to use this actually just for his face anyway. I mean, typically I would make a warm flesh tone, but okay, I'm going to use some matte medium here. So rather than adding a whole bunch more yellow to it, I'm going to add this matte medium, which is going to make this color much more transparent, and therefore the yellow that's already on the canvas is going to act like a yellow, as if I'm adding yellow to this mixture, because it's going to be quite transparent, because I've now added maybe what would you say, 2 to 1, 3 to 1 matte medium to paint here. That's very fleshy. Which is the, which by the way is the technical term, fleshy. So I put more white in there. Didn't really change it, although that's going to make it more opaque. So I'm going to put more matte medium in there. Because anytime you're painting with white, you run the risk of completely obliterating whatever was underneath there. So I don't want to just, you know, I spent all that time doing my outline. I want to keep it, so that's what I'm going to do here. And so I mixed it with this smaller brush. I'm going to upgrade to my bigger brush. And I'm just trying to dry it off a little bit too. I often find, like, you know, people, whenever I see people painting with acrylic, they often use a lot of water, which is fine, but it also, you're applying paint and can also be kind of scrubbing paint that's already off, like this Imprimatura. One also thing, just to think about whenever you're using matte medium, I often find it seems to dry really quickly. It's almost like it has chemicals that speed up the drying time. So whenever you're painting, especially a little bit of a thinner layer like this, you'll notice it just starts to get tacky really quick. Cool. So I can still see all my pencil lines very clearly, no problem. It's now just got a slightly different, a little bit of that, you know, it's like a little bit of a fleshy quality to that, which is a little, not what I was hoping for. I was going for a little bit more of a newspaper quality. One of the reasons why it turned out so much is because I added too much cool red into that mixture. Remember the very color, the only color I didn't put on my palette? Well, I added quite a lot of it here. If it was a little bit more a yellow dominant brown, this would have been a little bit closer to like an aged newspaper look. But you know, there's something kind of, you know, sentimental, fleshy about Santa Claus anyway, which is what I'm trying to do is come up with a good explanation that to help explain my mistake here. Or not, it's not even really a mistake, it's just a difference. It just turned out a little different than I expected. Not a big deal. If I really wanted, I could have just remixed that color. It would have taken me an extra minute, but that's the point, is it doesn't have to be perfect. Art is an opportunity to play, you know, it gives us, especially adults, an opportunity to make mistakes and fail. And look, this isn't the color I was wanting originally, but I went with it, and I think life is going to be okay, right? I just have to just keep an eye out for the paint police. If you see them behind me, please let me know, so it gives me just a little bit of a head start and I can run. Lolly says, Michael definitely needs to start an ASMR channel. And upload these videos, re-upload all these streams. I reckon all the ASMR fans would love it. I see the cogs turning in Michael's head when the joy of a plan doesn't quite go to when the joys of when a plan doesn't quite go to plan. Yes. Saying it says, what's ASMR? What does ASMR stand for? Audio. What does ASMR? It's like audio sounds. Okay, now I gotta look that up. What is ASMR? One of those things like I've ASMR. Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. Okay. Who amongst you had that as your guess for our trivia for the night? Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. Okay. I thought A would have been audio, just like Lolly said. So, autonomous sensory. Great. Okay. You learn something new every day. Facts like this you can't get anywhere else, folks. Okay, so I'll just let that dry. You know what? Let me give it a quick blow dry, and we'll move on to the next. It is just worth again, you know, this painting now has 2 new layers of paint. We had that warm yellow Imprimatura, and then I put on this thin, semi-transparent, kind of fleshy layer over top. And there's a little bit of, you know, it's not quite consistent. So some areas are a little bit thicker than others. So you can see some areas, you see a little bit more yellow than others. And I could see for some people that's just would drive them bonkers. I love all that kind of stuff. Again, it doesn't take us that long. You know, what, an extra 20 minutes. But I do think it adds an extra layer of complexity to a painting that, especially if you're a beginner painter and maybe you're painting, you know, as you're working on it, isn't turning out exactly the way you want, it will just, it will help support it and just maybe give it a little bit more complexity or structure, nuance to it that a painting without it might not have. So I think 2 paintings, if there were 2, let's say, equally bad paintings, quote unquote, 1 painting just on a white canvas, I think I could almost guarantee it would look worse than a painting with a couple of extra little steps at the very start, because that might give a person looking at it like, huh, well, one painting, clearly that looks like maybe it was done by a beginner. You know, looks a little bit awkward, sure, you know, it's unfortunate that it turned out that way, or that it wasn't completed, it was abandoned, versus something like this, people be like, huh, well, that's somebody who knows some pretty kind of, well, relatively advanced painting techniques, and that's the way it looks. Well, you know, I would be tempted to say it's a bad painting, but maybe the artist intended to do it this way. So we might read it in a totally different way, that rather it just being some clumsy, unfinished painting, we might kind of give it a second look and be like, maybe there's something here. Maybe this is done by a really great artist, and they deliberately did it this way. So anyway, that's the way I think about just, it's that extra little level of preparation that helps me get into the mental state of painting. You know, closing the door temporarily on my shopping list, my Christmas shopping list, the things, my to-do list of things that I gotta do after or before one of these episodes or sessions. And yeah, it's just like a really solid foundation. And I'm a huge believer in spending that time prepping. I mean, when I usually build my own canvases. So I literally go buy wood from Home Depot, cut it up, screw it and nail it together and stretch canvas across, apply my own gesso over top. So there's hours of work that go into making a painting before there's even any paint on that surface. And then, you know, sanding it down, putting gesso on it, maybe putting another layer of gesso on it, sanding that down, putting the Imprimatura down, putting your drawing down, maybe putting another layer on. All that kind of stuff is, some people are like, oh my goodness, I just want to paint. This is so ridiculous. But I think that, again, those are ways of you know, I guess it's like it's the difference between, you know, going to a really nice restaurant and maybe things have, you know, there's been a meat or tofu or vegetables that have been marinating overnight, or like ribs that have been in a smoker for, you know, a couple of days and the meat just falls off the bone, versus just somebody putting something in a microwave and trying to get it done as quickly as possible. I mean, we've all been there. We've always wanted some, you know, we're hungry. I don't want food right now. I don't have time. Oh, I just need stuff my face. And there's other times where you're like, I want something really well done, and I'm going to make that extra effort. Maybe I'm just cooking for myself, but I'm just going to cook the most beautiful meal for one, right? And you're honoring yourself, taking that extra little bit of time. Anyway, that's my little rant. Let's move on here. Oh wow, just for a 12V pass says, I always had this art fear, but recently I took the 40-day beginner drawing class and I love it. I can finally draw. Wow, that is so cool. 12V pass says, hey Markowsky, love from India. I have to say you are one of the best artists I've ever seen. Now, whenever someone asks me who my favorite artist, I can say Markowsky from Canada. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Oh, wow. I'm honored. I mean, I question your taste if I'm one of your favorite artists. I think you could probably find some better artists than me, but I do really appreciate that. That's in all honesty, that's really. It's a beautiful thing to say to another person. I really do appreciate it. It says it's 8 a.m. in the morning here in India. I just woke up and I have a final exam of political in 2 hours, and I'm learning drawing. I just clicked as soon as I saw that you were live. That's great. But probably, you know, as a teacher myself, you may want to think about pausing this video and studying for your exam, your final exam that happens in 2 hours. This video is being recorded. You can always make a note of where you are in the video and come back, but that is very sweet. Thank you for such generous compliments. That is, I mean, gosh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, good luck with your exams, says Kathy. Absolutely. Okay, let's go to another step here. Wow. So while this continues to dry, let's take a moment to talk a little bit about who Andy Warhol was, and maybe the significance of this series of which Santa Claus was a part of. So, where am I? This is so awkward. Everything's on this side. In fact, how much more do I longer? Okay, we're at 20%. I think that's probably good enough for right now to get us through this episode. Okay. So, let's start out here at the very beginning, as I always like to do. So, Andy Warhol's born in 1928 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and passes away at the age of only 58 years old in 1987. And when he died in 1987, that was very surprising. Like, it was, in fact, there were lawsuits because he wasn't expected to die at the age he died. I mean, 57 is not, or 58 years old is not that old. And so it was essentially, if I recall, like a complication in the surgery he had gallbladder surgery and died of sort of like complications of it. So, um, yeah. So anyway, Warhol's born in Pittsburgh, which at the time in the early late 1920s, during the Depression, it was a very tough working class town. He grew up in a very conservative, religious Catholic family, and religion was a big part of Warhol's life. He didn't really talk about it publicly, but his mother moved in with Warhol when he moved to New York, and his mother lived with him throughout the entire 60s and 70s and until she herself passed away. And they would go to church every Sunday morning together, and so especially Warhol's later work really focuses a lot on religious themes, reproducing famous works by like Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, for instance. And I guess I say that too because we're talking about Christmas, and Christmas is obviously a Christian holiday, and Warhol celebrated Christmas. He took Christmas pretty seriously, and obviously, as we're going to look at on Thursday, made artwork related to Christmas. And it's interesting. I was reading a number of articles talking about Warhol and his interest in Christmas. And this was a particular good one. It's linked in the description below. But they sort of just talk about like, really, Warhol and Christmas? I wouldn't really think those two things go together. I would have thought of like Warhol as being too cool for Christmas. But what they talk about here, and a few other articles here that I've also linked to, that Warhol, like Christmas in many ways sort of is like the perfect Warholian holiday, in the sense that it's has some deep, serious religious roots. I mean, some would say that's what it's all about, obviously, but it's also a celebration of like all things particularly American, like consumerism, capitalism, ridiculous, glorious excessive consumption of alcohol and food and wrapping paper and spending money on things people probably don't need. And it's very pop. It's arguably one of the it's like a pop in terms of like popular culture. That's what pop art is, right? And what other expression, cultural expression, American expression particularly, obviously Christmas wasn't invented by Americans, but I think the Santa Claus myth, which was, the Santa as we know him, was invented by Coca-Cola. I mean, there was Saint Nicholas, is an ancient saint, but Santa Claus, as we think of him today, was an invention, a marketing ploy by Coca-Cola. So in many ways, it's like this perfect pop moment, this thing that is celebrated by people of all ages and socioeconomic classes, races in North America, and has since been sort of exported throughout the world, in that very American way, right? And I think Warhol saw Christmas as this, like, as that perfect, because pop art was about taking low art, and low art was at one point considered to be things like comic books, everyday items from the grocery store, celebrity magazines or celebrities, film, television, all those things were considered to be like low culture, right? The things that, you see and you can purchase on the street, on a street corner, newspapers, posters on the walls of and billboards, displays in department store windows, all of this stuff that can be consumed and then trashed, that unlike so-called high art, which was like paintings and sculpture, things that might last for centuries and be appreciated and conserved and preserved by museums and by, old white guys could sit around smoking cigars talking about the fine details and philosophical implications of such and such a thing. The books that are almost impossible to read, like James Joyce's Ulysses, right? Like things that were beyond the scope of the quote-unquote everyday man, right? The things that you had to be kind of educated to understand. Warhol, I think probably growing up in Pittsburgh and being surrounded by a lot of working class men and women who may not have had an opportunity to not even go to like a post-secondary education, to university or college, but might not even have graduated high school, right? And had to leave school early in order to work to support their families. And so their level of sort of visual literacy might be what they saw in church on a Sunday morning, right? Like the frescoes or stained glass windows. And so Santa, as conceived by American culture, is this thing that was sort of able to transcend and be appreciated by people of any station in life, whether it would be some poor kid or some super wealthy kid living in at the top of the Rockefeller Center or something. And I think for Warhol, really appreciated that Christmas kind of didn't have maybe that same kind of at least overt boundaries that so many other aspects of culture might have. That there were certain things that people who couldn't afford high art could appreciate, things that we might consider trash television, right? Or what was often derided as kitschy, right? Gimmicky, junk, and of which we've done things. We've talked about kitsch a number of times in these episodes because I personally have a similar attitude towards Warhol in terms of what kitsch is. Did I not spell that right? Okay, here we are. So kitsch is often what described as things that are naive, overly eccentric, gratuitous, banal, melodramatic. It's often used as a pejorative, right? And so, we've painted paintings here by Cassius Coolidge, right? The Dogs Playing Poker. We did a different painting of this. We painted, what are other things? We painted the, there's some going to drive me crazy thinking of all the stuff that we've painted here. I mean, like, for us, for instance, we painted a Peppa Pig painting, alongside Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, and for some people that's just ridiculous. The making that equivalency between those two things is sacrilegious. Well, Warhol didn't see it that way. He really appreciated the idea of blurring those boundaries, and that not only and that he could elevate something, taking a soup can and kind of giving it some reverence, or and that and there's also a bit of like tongue-in-cheek sticking it to those wealthy people, and like them now spending tens of thousands of dollars to buy a painting of a soup can, right? There's a bit of a bit of trolling going on before that word was used by Warhol. But I also think he thought like very seriously, like, what is the difference between making a painting of a beautiful vase of flowers and a can of soup? I mean, you can buy them both at your grocery store, and yet one is considered beautiful and elevated and you know, worthy of aesthetic contemplation, versus the other one is just ugly trash, and you kind of got to hide it in your grocery bag. You don't want anybody to see you leaving the grocery store with this ugly trash, right? And so Warhol's like, no, I think they're both beautiful. In fact, I probably think that soup can is more beautiful than that vase of flowers because of all the design that went into it. And Warhol would talk, you know, lovingly about a, you know, Coca-Cola bottle, that you could go to buy a Coca-Cola bottle in New York City and it would taste exactly the same as the one that you would buy, you know, in Mexico, you know, in some small grocery store, you know, or, you know, and, you know, on and on and on, right? That it was the same no matter where you went. And he loved that, you know, the president of the United States could buy a bottle of Coca-Cola and it would taste exactly the same as some homeless man on the street who uses the change in his hat to buy a can for himself. For Warhol, that was like, that's perfect pop, right? And so I think this idea of Santa Claus for Warhol and Christmas in general was kind of it was like the holiday that best exemplified that transcendent element that was both high and low, right? And also that Christmas, there's always something kind of tacky and trashy about Christmas. You know, I mean, literally, there's a lot of trash that comes out of Christmas. But, you know, people dress up like Santa and they get drunk and they fall all over themselves at Christmas parties and get themselves in trouble or fired because of that. That they, you know, have these kind of silly traditions like, you know, secret Santas, and every home kind of has their own way of celebrating Christmas, and that there's something kind of raw about it. And as much as people try to package Christmas into this beautiful product that can be sold and replicated endlessly, there's always something ephemeral about Christmas that kind of transcends and is kind of special. Like, you can't help but feel a little bit sentimental at Christmas. I mean, both positively and negatively. Like, you know, when you hear those Christmas songs coming on and you're, you know, trudging through the snow or walking down the beach in Hawaii in your flip-flops on, if you can get away at Christmas, and you hear, you know, those, you know, Boney M or Frank Sinatra singing Christmas songs, you can't help but feel a little bit sentimental, or potentially a little bit depressed. That Christmas has that power to kind of make you feel both a part of some greater cultural tradition, and can also make you feel very lonely, in that, like, you know, not everybody has big families to celebrate Christmas with, or many people feel really alone, right? The suicide rates go up through the roof during Christmas time, right? That's kind of the darker, sad side of Christmas. And so I think Warhol just found Christmas so incredible for that very, very thing. You know, and so there's plenty of articles here that I've linked to that talk about Warhol and his love of Christmas. And so he did many, again, we're going to talk on Thursday about the early images that Warhol did for Christmas. But this particular series of works that he created was called the Myth series. And he created, was it 10 or 12? Maybe it's 10. I thought it was 12. But these images that all represented really basically was Warhol's distillation of America and the founding myths of America. So let's see. So things like superheroes, right? This this thing that some might call like distinctly American gods kind of thing, right? Like that maybe 2,000 years from now we'll be talking as reverently about Superman as we do about, you know, various different religious figures that we do today. That we talk about like celebrity culture and the, you know, here I think this is the woman off of the what's that syrup bottle, and you know, kind of also talking. I mean, I don't know. I to be honest, I don't really know too much about the myth series here or the other images besides Santa Claus, but this, to me, maybe Warhol's talking about slavery and kind of these, you know, images of African Americans and how they've been exploited, perhaps. I don't know. Here's these images of like celebrities. I think that might be Elizabeth Taylor as Cleopatra, maybe. Here's Howdy Doody, like children's television and just television in general. Santa Claus, obviously, and it's worth just noticing that Warhol did this image in dozens of different colors, right? So it's not just this image and the colors we're using. So if you're, as you work on yours, you're like, well, I don't know, it might be nice if Santa's face was green. Well, Warhol would have been, that's great, let's do a green one, right? There's of course the image of Uncle Sam, the kind of the quote unquote personification of the United States. This I don't think was part of the myth series. Maybe this image of himself as a shadow. You have the Wicked Witch, right, from the Wizard of Oz, kind of, you know, one of the great, maybe the greatest film from like the first half of the 20th century. And I think for Warhol, that idea of that you could make a movie that was so fantastic and so rich and dense with like such a unique vision of the world that was believable. It was one of the great powers of cinema, and that was a great American, uniquely, at least originally American invention, that the power to create and to tell stories, retell history, but in a totally different way, for better or worse. Mickey Mouse, right? I think Andy Warhol admired Disney for Disney's the power of the imagination to I mean, just think about Disney is now really one of the, if not the biggest, one of the biggest companies on the world. And it all began out of just some guy drawing a mouse. And that now encompasses a giant movie studio that, you know, and has, you know, they don't rarely even use Mickey Mouse for anything now. It's just this, it owns Marvel and Star Wars properties and makes billions and billions a year. I think Warhol just loved that. I just want to see some of these other ones. There's any that we missed here? Oh yeah, Dracula, right? That, again, the horror movie genre. You know, horror wasn't something that Americans necessarily invented, but I think the idea of, again, cinema kind of representing fear and almost as a way of gaining control over our worst fears, if we could turn them into entertainment, I think is something I think Warhol found kind of fascinating. And Warhol did a whole series of artwork related to like car crashes and the electric chair, kind of, and so he was kind of fascinated with his own mortality. I guess he did include his shadow as part of that myth series. That is interesting. I wonder what that's about. What would Warhol been trying to say by including his shadow in this series? Well, let's just think about it for a moment. Well, I mean, he's probably including himself in there as like, how does one create their own myth? We are maybe all our own myths, right? The myths, like the stories we tell of ourselves, are very powerful, right? The stories we tell ourselves to ourselves are very strong, and sometimes they can be totally wrong and extremely unhealthy, right? So I think maybe that he's thinking about like who he is. Do we really know who Warhol is? Who, when we look at Warhol, what do we see? Do we see the real person, or do we just perceive his shadow? Right? The in the same way that like when Plato talks about the cave and these people trapped in the cave and all they see is the shadows and they see the shadows as real, it doesn't even occur to them that there's three-dimensional beings that are casting the shadows, and so they're seeing is the illusion, right? And so maybe what Warhol's trying to say here is like, who is the real Warhol? And Warhol himself would say like, there isn't anything behind me, right? I'm all surface. So yeah, I'm curious. I don't know, what do they say here? Anything interesting we could... well, the fact that Warhol was gay, right? And that was something. Obviously, he was open about it, but you know, he's still probably, you know, depending on his patrons, probably kept a lot of that secret or on the down low to avoid kind of offending some of his more conservative audience. Okay. Let me see. Is there anything else just from his biography that I want to mention? You know, so this series is produced in 1981, and he passes away in 1987, again at age 58. So, what, at age 52, he's working on this, age 51 or so, 51, 52, he's working on this series of paintings. I'd say by this point in Warhol's career, when he's doing this work, many people are now looking at Warhol as sort of like, as, you know, kind of a bit of a relic of the 60s. He's no longer maybe as relevant as he once was. He wasn't the groundbreaker, the iconoclast, the man who kind of changed the 60s. And he's now seen as sort of this rich old white guy, celebrity himself, who is just sort of rehashing and recycling things. He's now kind of just famous for being famous, which is not true, but I mean, I think Warhol was making a lot of interesting things throughout the 70s and 80s, but certainly the younger generation, who maybe once looked up to Warhol in the 60s as like this guy who just, you know, trashed the previous generation, which was the abstract expressionists, and blazed this new path towards realism, which you have to remember, originally the pop art movement was called the New Realist movement, right? Because it emerged in contrast to abstract expressionism, which was all about abstract gestural painting like Jackson Pollock. And so painting a Campbell's soup can for Warhol was like reintroducing realism back into art after, you know, 20, 30 years of abstraction. But you know, during the 80s, like some of the things that Warhol does is he tries to really connect with younger artists and collaborate with them. People like Jean-Michel Basquiat, Julian Schnabel, David Saleh, what's his name? Keith Haring. I mean, so he kind of surrounds himself with this younger group of artists who, in order to maybe try to stay relevant, and he collaborates with all of them, and which I think he really liked. I think he liked being kind of like the older artist who had kind of a younger group who looked up to him. Or like David Hockney as well would be another artist that Warhol kind of courted. Um, let me see. Oops. Oh, looks like we might get a oops. Oh, looks like we might get a little glitch happening here. Oh no. Is that gonna work? Let's see. I'm just gonna type in here. I'm sorry if there's a little glitch in the feed. So hopefully it might have glitched a little bit. Hopefully we're all still there. So yeah, I mean, I guess just lastly, you know, Warhol passes away in 1987, and it's a total shock to everybody. I think people expected Warhol to live another 20, 30 years. At the same time, I'm sure probably Warhol, as you know, he was ascending to heaven, he's thinking to himself, well, actually, you know what? That's probably plays well into the myth of Andy Warhol, right? That I sort of maybe die unexpectedly, maybe arguably at the height of my powers, and just like a lot of celebrities, when they die young, our memory of them is preserved in that kind of younger state. I think I'm sure probably Warhol, if he is in some you know, other plane of existences, was probably like, there's some kind of, that's kind of poetic, it's nice, but kind of, yeah, that's great, I like it. Okay, so let's move on here. So I'm just contemplating, do I want to do, I don't think I'm going to do an underpainting, so let's just go right to the next step here. So now that we've got all this paint is a little bit dry, let's start putting in some solid areas of color. Because primarily what we're going to do is some darker color, some outlining over top of it. So let's take a look at this painting here and think about what we want to do next. I think probably what I'll do is paint that warm red into the background area, and we'll contemplate if we want to do some white here or not. So let's take some warm red right out of the tube, and where should we start? I'm going to paint down here. I might have to do 2 layers of this. Just to get it as solid as possible. let's come up to the top here now. Put these side by side. You know what? Actually, it looks like... You know what? I'm going to paint this whole hat red. I want to put a little, it's not in the picture, but do we want to put a little frill there? Let's do on this side. We don't really see it, but I'm going to add it over here anyway. So I'm going to blow dry that. Okay, let's do that again. I'm just gonna, by painting this a second time, I'm gonna make this red just glow. I mean, on camera, it probably just, it's not gonna look any different. But this second coat is just gonna make this red really intense. I mean, you could even say it glows. Like Rudolph and his nose so bright. What do they mean? Rudolph's nose, you could even say it glows. Doesn't it glows? Doesn't it glow? What do you mean you could? Or is that, have we just ascribed powers to Rudolph's nose that might not have actually been there? Did his nose actually glow or not glow? What is the story? We need some real investigative reporting on this serious issue. Has Rudolph been faking his nocturnal illuminatory abilities? Is Rudolph a fraud about to be exposed? Well, he says, I think Rudolph tries to turn down the glow in his nose so that other reindeer don't get jealous, but you can't deny it still glows. Okay. So, okay, I'm glad we worked that out, because I was just starting to wonder who the real Rudolph is. Yeah, reindeer conflict. Yeah, that's pretty serious stuff there. Okay. Now, I'm just looking at this. Do I want to paint? I think probably white would work, and maybe is even necessary. I think okay, I think what I'll do, I could paint this white, like a solid white here for his hat. That makes sense. And then maybe for his hair, I'll do a glaze of white that is semi-transparent, so that we see maybe a little bit of this fleshy color coming in underneath. So white, pure white, solid, thick white, and then a little bit of white, very thin, I think. That makes sense to me. Maybe it doesn't to you, but you can certainly do whatever you want on your painting. I'm looking at this. Okay, so what Warhol's done is it's paradoxically, the background is this bright red, but the kind of hat and even clothing of Santa is this kind of golden, and I'm sure this is probably where it's doing a lot of the sparkling. So, man, I am strongly tempted to just paint maybe those areas kind of gold and leave Santa's hat and clothing red. Like, that makes more sense to me. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I'm probably going to paint it the way he did, but then again, I've already taken some liberties with moving the composition to the right. Well, we'll think about it as I paint here. I just... And, of course, Warhol did different versions of this painting, too, so I think whatever direction we go in, I think it's fine. I'm sure we could probably find a version he did that does look different. Did I just tried that, right? I'm just like losing my mind. Did I do that or not? So, it's actually a pretty good size, but let's go to a different brush. Actually, maybe I should do this first. That way I can paint a nice clean white line. Okay, so let's take a little bit of white. I'm going to use a bit of glazing fluid instead of white, just because the matte medium dries so quickly. So I'm going to use some satin glazing fluid or matte glazing fluid, same thing. And I'm going to, mix, might be a bit too much, but so the glazing fluid, the main difference between that and matte medium is that this has a chemical that's going to slow the drying time down. And that's handy for all sorts of reasons. It can be frustrating for all sorts of reasons, but it's positive in the sense that, I mean, one thing is it can be wiped away very easily. So if you don't like it, you can kind of just, assuming everything below it is dry, you just wipe it right off, and it's like you can use like a delete or a undo button, like on your computer, right? Okay. And the other thing too is like doing this, it just gives me that extra second to kind of brush away any ridges or edges. So that I don't get those building up. That might be enough. Like, Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll leave it like this. We'll put the white in on for his hat. And then we can always add another layer of white, but so you know, partly is how is Santa's face? Does it need to be a little bit darker, skin tone wise, than that? Maybe. Well, let's think about that while let's get a new rag. Okay, let's blow dry this quickly. Okay, so let's now take just pure white right out of the tube. Now, I like trying to do as much stuff as possible with a big brush before I start going to a smaller brush. It's not always possible, and sometimes there's little details you just need to go down smaller, but if I can help it, I try to stay with my big brushes until I absolutely have no choice but to shift down. Okay, so I'm going to need to do another layer of this because you can see where it's a little bit patchy. So I'm going to cover up some of those pencil lines that are there. That's okay. These little gremlins coming out on this my paintbrush from Maybe some dried paint in that tube, or maybe on the mouth of the tube. Maybe on my brush. I don't know where all that's coming from, but let's blow dry that. So I'm going to do a second layer of this white. Now, I'm planning on painting like little lines between the colors, so I don't have to be all that careful about getting the nice sharp lines between these different shapes. But that's my plan, is to paint it, but, you know, maybe if I do a good enough job, I might be like, well, you know, it's actually fine. I could probably just leave it like that. It's also one of the things, like if you're working on a painting that's relatively simple, like this one, it can, you know, as much as people say my kid could do that, you kind of want to be a little bit mindful of trying to be a little bit careful. Because when there's fewer things on the canvas, those fewer things become more conspicuous. There's just less to see, right? It's sort of like, you know, if you're like, I'm going to cook a steak and it's just going to be steak and put a little salt and pepper on the top. Well, that's great. I'm all for that simplicity. But if you don't cook the steak properly and it's a little bit chewy or whatever, you know, there's less stuff to hide that, right? You don't got any sauces or gravies that can kind of disguise it, right? So it's the same sort of thing here. When there's less, kind of, maybe it requires a little bit more precision. Okay, let's just there. Okay, I think what I'm going to do next is the flesh color on his face, and paint this with a warm brown, yeah, fleshy, warm color. away for a moment while I mix a flesh tone. Okay, so just as a quick little demo on how to mix skin tones. So we could start out with some warm yellow. In fact, let's make a bit of a bigger batch. Warm yellow, a little bit less warm red. Mix that together into an orange. And to turn an orange into a brown, we take a little bit of blue. Right, in this instance, a warm blue. Mix that together. Next, we'll take mostly white, and we can mix this together. Now, depending on the skin tone, we may want to have a bit more of a reddish hue to it. A little bit more red in here. What do you think? Is that pretty close? Let's in fact, let's just. Still actually a little bit on the yellow side. Just a bit more red. That's pretty good. I think it looks a little bit different on camera than it does in person. It's maybe a tiny bit more red in here. I don't think we can go. It hurts to go a little bit on the pinkish side when we're painting a Santa Claus, right? He kind of has that jolly, flushed colors in his face. That is pretty pink. Alright, it's not too far off my own flesh tone. Okay. Okay. Not that I don't mind getting paint on my clothes, but when that happens, it does sometimes make me nervous that I'm going to start smearing it on other things. I'm not sure where that paint came from, but you know, the worst thing that happens is like, I'm almost done. Just put the finishing smear of paint all across the front of the painting. So, okay. Maybe let's zoom in on old Saint Nick here. Okay, where is this paint coming from? Sorry. More. Oh, is it on my shirt? Am I smearing it from my shirt? Not sure what's going on there. I have a feeling this is going to make me want to do another coat of white on his beard. I really could have put more pink in there, couldn't I? Here I thought I was going too far, but looks pretty tanned here. I think I'm going to paint his lip too. Well, actually, now that that's drying, it's kind of not as dark, which is okay. That's good. Lightening a little bit up as it dries. Now, how do I want to deal with his hair? Singer says, I just love watching Michael paint. It's so relaxing. It's so sweet. You guys, oh my goodness. You're my Christmas gift. Or you're a gift to me. Blow dry that and think while I'm blow drying. And there's Lolly saying good night for the night. Thanks for another amazing stream and all your hard work. Thank you so much, Lolly. Oh, and look, it's Paula's there. Good to see you, Paula. Oh, man, okay. What to do? I mean, that doesn't... Santa's beard should be white, more white, don't you think? I guess so what I'm thinking about here, let me just make sure, okay, is how do I want to incorporate this darker, these shadows from his beard? So there's two ways I could go about that. One way is I could darken areas. I could make a gray. Maybe gray would be good. I could also go the opposite way and just lighten parts of his hair and leave this existing color as the darker aspects. Or I could do both. I could lighten and darken and leave some in between. That might be best. Having a bit more nuance like that. Okay. So which maybe we should go dark first. It might be easier to see it darker, and then I can lighten the highlights. So let's mix a black. Let's do a bigger batch. Let's take our cool yellow. Let's take our cool blue. And then let's take our warm red. And let's mix this up together. So mix the red and the blue together, we get a green, and we start adding the red to it, and the red cancels the green out because it's on the opposite side of the color wheel. I just love doing this. I just think it's so fascinating to see those colors changing in front of my eyes. Kathy says the shadowy bit, is it like the brown background? It is true that it kind of looks a little bit like that brownish gold mustardy color. So we could turn it into a bit more of a brownish gray. It's so hard to tell because, you know, when you look at this, and again, you know, I think this image that I used, because I couldn't find a high quality version, was from a photograph someone had taken of a framed version of this work. So that's why it's like, I don't know what these colors really are in person. Like, is this just pure titanium white all over the place with this kind of gray? Or, because I think there was a little bit of a shadow, so it's like, or was it kind of a little bit of this kind of gold color? I mean, so, you know, I think whatever direction you go with this painting, I'm sure it would be fine. As I said, I'm sure Warhol himself would be like, that's great, that's great. Okay, so let's say, do I want it to be brownish? I do think you're right, Kathy, to not just paint a gray. Gray might be a little bit too not colorful enough. I think we do want some color in that gray so that it's got some kind of life there. So let's take our brown here. So let's take brown, and let's take some of our black. Let's mix that together, and we get this kind of darker mustardy kind of thing going on there. And let's take a fairly substantial amount of white. How much of that we want to use, I'm not sure. Now, I guess my question is that too... Is that a color I want to use? It is. Does it complement? Because it's kind of a greenish brown. Let's put a bit of more red in here into this color. That's a little nicer. Just a little bit more of a maybe that was too much. Eesh. Okay, let's bring some more brown back in here. I think that's, again, this is a little bit of a seesaw, right? Kind of go a little bit up too far, and then you overcorrect. I think that's better. I want a bit more of a reddish brown than a greenish or yellowish brown, just so it fits into this whole scenario here. And I'm gonna wipe this off. Not clean it, but just wipe that excess off. And then let's glaze a little bit with this color here. So take some of that, mix it in with my glazing fluid. Again, this glazing fluid is great because if I paint this color and I go, whoa, definitely wrong choice, Michael, then I've got, you know, a good 10 seconds to wipe it completely away, and I'm not committed to it. Actually, that's not too far off the color that I think I want to use anyway. So for some of that gold effect. Okay, let's bring back this original. And where should we start? Let's kind of sometimes like starting in the margins so that if I don't like it, it's not like right in the middle of the painting kind of thing. Let's use another brush just to soften these edges out a bit. Potentially I could also put a bit of gray back over top of some of this. I don't know, maybe what we'll do is we'll put some white highlights onto this after. About doing any on the white itself, or should I just leave that blank? I might leave it just pure white like that. As for Santa's face, you know what, I forgot to put a little bit of white glaze on his eyes. So let's do that quick. I'll blow dry this. Yeah, it's coming together. So one thing about when you use glazing fluid, it's got chemicals that slow the drying time down. So you need to just do a little bit, maybe a little bit longer blow drying to help to get that color to really completely dry. Because if you're going to start glazing over top of glaze, if it's not dry, that you'll literally peel that previous layer of paint off. So let's do a little bit of glazing the lighter colors. Oh, you know what? I haven't done any intertitles here at all through this entire episode. What should I do? Let's do... Okay, I know I haven't done any intertitles before this. I missed Foreground Pass number 1. I'll just insert that randomly earlier. But now I'm going to go back in and add some highlights onto his facial hair, his beard, his hair with some white. And we'll see how that looks at that point, if I want to do more or if that's enough. Okay, so there's the painting as we are... I think this is what I want to do. I'm not entirely sold that this is going to be the best idea. So... Okay, let's get a brush for blending a few things out. So also, I'm going to try not to just paint white over every place I didn't paint the darker glaze. Right? I want to have a lighter value, a darker value, and a mid value. Pretty subtle. It is making a change, but it's, like I said, pretty subtle. I'm sort of remain quite confident, though, that once, no matter sort of what I do here, when I paint some of those darker outlines over top of things, that's going to really radically transform this painting. And probably these little things that I'm doing now will seem quite trivial later. So even if I'm not happy with it at this stage, it's like I have to just remember, it's not going to look like this for very long. Once those darker outlines start appearing on those, painting's going to change. Okay, let's blow dry this. Let's go back to adding more white. And maybe now even more selectively. I'm obviously kind of making some stuff up here as I go. Having a little bit of fun. As you should when you're painting. Oops. Is that enough? I mean, you could see he's definitely gone way darker in a few places. Maybe should I do that with a little bit of gray instead, or should I just do that with the outlining? That's the question, isn't it? Man, it's always so hard to make decisions like that. Let's blow dry this anyway. Wow, Senga says, I am so glad to have found Michael's art class. It helped me cope with losing both parents 6 weeks apart. I was in a bad place. Not now, because Michael and this group. Thank you, Michael. I'm in a much better place now. Oh my goodness, Senga, that is so beautiful. It's also so tragic. I'm so sorry to hear that. I didn't know that that had happened to you. Oh my goodness, that is terrible news. I'm sorry. I don't know how recent that was, but that's regardless. That's really hard to overcome, and I'm so proud of you for having found like such a positive outlet for that grief, and it's really hard to overcome a loss like that. That's wow. I'm really proud of you for being able to find something like this to help take your mind off of some of that pain. yeah, my deepest sentiments absolutely go out to you. It's very inspiring that, you know, you've been able to kind of move forward despite those tremendous losses. I'm glad that you're here with us today. Okay. How much more darker do I want to get? I mean, I could just be done with it, but you know, it's worth sometimes just spending an extra little second thinking about things. Let's go a little bit towards the gray side of things. I think that's what I need to do now. I know I was saying I was gonna try to get this painting done earlier. And again, as I always say, famous last words. But I don't think we're doing too bad with time. I've been painting for about 2 hours, so I don't think we're going to do a lot here. In fact, maybe I'll even go to a smaller brush. So I'm going to take my glazing fluid. Let's get a little bit of black. I did blow dry all that, right? Yeah. And we've got our blending brush. Let's zoom in so you can see. I kind of like how this is turning out, so. Just glazing right over top of his lip, because after all, his lip is going to be partly covered in shadow from his mustache. So I'm not doing as much blending here because I kind of want to keep some of these bit more bolder brush strokes visible rather than just sort of a little fade. I think it's turned out kind of cool. I like how this looks. Okay, so let's just look at that. Okay, I'm start to kind of wonder if I might be going a little bit too much, especially in some of these areas which are just totally white. I think what I might do now is I think I might blow dry this, just do a little bit of a few areas, make it a little bit darker, and then go with a little bit more white. Do I? Yeah, a little bit more white. This is also, it's worth mentioning that this brush, I have really, I mean, I've been probably using this since one of our very first episodes 3.5 years ago. And it's kind of in rough shape. And so generally, you're expecting like, this is a bad brush, I'll just toss it. It's actually really helpful for things like this where I kind of want a little bit of hair texture. And so if I had a nice brand new brush, I would just get solid brush strokes. I want kind of areas where maybe a couple of hairs are kind of stuck together and it kind of scratches across, and that one's got, a couple more like this, and it's just a little bit uneven. That's going to actually look a little bit more hair-like, I suppose you could say. It's looking pretty good. I mean, again, I have to also keep in mind that I'm about to paint some outlines over things. So that's a thing that it's harder to do when you're a beginner painter, is to try to play like it's like you're playing chess. You're trying to think 3 moves ahead kind of thing. And so even myself, I'm thinking like, okay, this is starting to look really good using this technique. But that doesn't mean it's going to look good when I paint my dark outlines over top of it. Like, those dark outlines could contradict what I'm doing right now. But, I think worse comes to worse, and I don't like how the painting turns out, well, then I could just paint it again, right? It's not going to be the end of the world. Yeah, I might be going a little far. Okay, so let's stop doing that. Let's put a bit of, I sometimes just lose track of things, and Let's put a bit of this on Santa's actual face here. Pushing my luck, blending into that paint, Michael. Okay, let's blow dry that. And there's Kathy signing off for the night. Have a great night, Kathy. Thanks for keeping me company. Now, do I want to go add a bit more white on his beard? I don't know. I think that's okay. I think that's probably good enough. So, how do we want to proceed now? Do I want to do... I think my only reason maybe not adding more white. I think it's going to make for even more contrast in the beard. And then I might feel compelled to go even darker and then even lighter, and it just becomes this sort of back and forth. So I think let's... Are we ready to start painting some outlines? Oh, do we want to do that? Well, okay. Let's think about this color of this gold color. I think we actually got pretty darn close before. So let's remix this color. That was, we took a warm yellow. Took a bit of warm red. I'm not going to make it quite as, well, let's maybe a little bit more red. And let's take a bit of black, put that in here. Might have put too much in there. Now, let's see, maybe let's start painting with this color. In fact, does it need to get even darker? Let's zoom in. That's pretty close. Pretty darn close. Okay. I think we won't know until we get paint on the canvas, so let's just take that leap and just go into it. Now, is all that dry? I think that's, you know, let me just blow dry that before I do that. Okay, so I just wanted to show, you know, when we're looking, come on. So this type of mark in here that kind of looks like a little bit of a pencil. You see this kind of broken line texture. I'd be willing to bet $100 he's not using a pencil, but like a grease pencil. And grease pencils are these types of tools. You know, they're the ones where you can draw, and then instead of sharpening it, you just use that little string and you can kind of peel some paper off to reveal a little bit more of the tip. And so it's almost, it gives a little bit of like, almost like a pastel-like texture, like a oil pastel-like texture. And this is, again, remember this is a print. And so he's drawing on like the well, he might have drawn directly onto the silk screen itself. Not exactly sure. It's been 20 years since I did a silk screen print when I was in college. So I'm not exact. We probably drew on some sort of plate so they could reproduce it. But anyway, so I'm not going to be able to get that same kind of broken line texture. Mine's going to be a bit more painterly, which is, could be better or worse. Who knows? I'm going to be happy either way, right? So let's zoom back in. And let's start up top here. That's the one thing. That's why I was considering adding a bit of white in here to make it a bit more. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I think I need it to be a bit more opaque. I'm going to mix a mixture of it to the side here, where I'm going to add white to it and a little more black to it. So that white should make it way more opaque so that I can do a line like I'm doing right now without it being so transparent. There we go. Definitely a little bit odd. I'll give it that. I don't think I've done an outline like this ever before. So I do have all of this extra space here to fill in that isn't in the original because I moved my Santa Claus off to the left here. Now mine definitely has a bit more of a yellowy quality. And I won't really know how I feel about it for another like 20 minutes. So I'm just going to keep on going ahead here. I mean, when I'm obviously, I mean, I'm spending most of my time just looking at my painting, my version here, less so at the original. And as I look at mine, I'm like, oh, I like how that looks. And then I look at the original, like, oh, I don't know about that. I mean, let's just take a moment then. Let's zoom back out. Well, I'm just going to plow ahead. I'm going to have faith that I can make this work. And The other thing that's going to make this painting look a little strange is without those eyes in there, he's going to look a little bit odd, a little creepy. So, and I kind of like leaving those things to the very end, just in terms of like a YouTube-y kind of thing to try to keep people watching or have them tune in a little bit later. I'm probably putting, well, I was going to say putting more lines on here than maybe he did, but maybe not. So I like how this is turning out. I'm just going to mix a bit more of this. Oops. This is, I like how this is turning out, just a little bit time consuming. It does give it a kind of a gold like look though, which I really like. A little bit more than in his piece for sure. Or at least this photo of it, I should say. That's kind of turning out good. I like how that's looking. So the question to me would be, do I want to do this over top of those areas? I don't know. Oof, it's a tough call. I could. Well, okay. I think what I want to do next, I want to get his... Well, do I want to do the eyes? So hard to say when you get to this stage. And it's like, get out to a fork in the road that you could see coming down the horizon for hours. And then you're finally there, and it's like, oh, what am I actually going to do now that I'm here? Okay, let me blow dry this, take a sip of tea, and think. Okay, I think I'm going to do what Warhol did here. I mean, it sounds kind of silly when you say it like that. I'm going to take a risk and do what one of the great artists of all time did. I don't know if it's going to work out. Okay, let's take some... In fact, maybe I'm going to do this here. We'll take our glazing fluid. Let's take a bit of this kind of gold color that I've created. Mix that into the glazing fluid. And I'm also going to let's get a rag ready. So if I don't like, that's got some blue on it. So that if I don't like what I do, I've got a few seconds to brush it away. Let's see. So it's very transparent. Too transparent, but let's do another coat. I'll wait for this I'll blow dry that. Very subtle. Actually, I'm pleasantly surprised or happy with how subtle that is. I need to touch this up now. So before I go over this area, I need to clean up. Blow dry those. Should I put a bit of glitter in here while I'm here? Okay, I'm already getting it on my finger, so let's just... So this glitter is intended to represent the diamond dust that Warhol applied into this surface here. So I'm using that glazing fluid as a way of helping to potentially, hopefully, bond the glitter to the canvas. My fingers are just all glittery mess. I'm gonna have glitter everywhere in this studio here. You know, ideally this would have been the very last thing I did, but let's see. Should we do a little bit more on the other? Should we put a bit of this on the other side? You know what? Maybe not. Keep the glitter to that side of the painting. Okay, let's. How do I deal with the glitter all over my fingers? Technically, all of these brushstrokes I think have glitter mixed in. I was doubtful that it would show up if I mixed it into the paint. I mean, that is beautiful. I like how my finger looks. Okay. I think I'm going to clean my hand off in the sink. Randy says, I watched about 50 episodes of Blaze today. I think it wore me down. I'm going to call it a night. Good night, everyone. What is Blaze? Is that, I guess it's some TV show. Not aware of that. Okay. Let's mute. Okay. I'm sure I'll still be covered in glitter in 5 seconds, but... surprised at how... let's use a brush like this. Let's see. Seems to be adhering pretty well to the glazing fluid. I wanted to do this before I used the blow dryer, just in case it all just went all over the room. At least this tells me it's more likely to actually stay there, which is... I'm actually quite surprised at how well the glazing fluid is done as a... to adhere that mixed media to it. That's cool. Okay, good to know, good to know. So, I'm just gonna blow dry. I will blow dry this now just to see if... Super surprised that barely any... A few blew off, but mostly they all stayed there. Okay. I am almost tempted to put a thin layer over top to lock it in place. Let's just keep going. How about let's go to... Okay, now that we got some glitter on the canvas, I think that's the first time I've done that in 25 years. Let's, I want to do the face of Santa now, and then we'll do some finishing touches. So I think we're doing really well with the time where I wanted to be here right now. So let's zoom in. I mean, the one thing that I just worry about is my sleeve dragging across this. I mean, it's not going to do anything but otherwise just get glitter on my clothes. I think the painting is dry enough that that should be okay. Probably one thing that I might even consider doing after I've done everything is I might take my glazing fluid, or, well, glazing fluid maybe, or matte medium, and just brush over top of the whole surface just to help seal anything like that glitter in place so that it's not going to be traveling all over the place, falling all over the house. I mean, I like glitter as much as the next person, but, you know, it's also, you know, it gets everywhere. And, you know, I don't want to, on my contacts, and I'm taking them out at the end of the day, and... Okay, let's, I mean, what is going on here? What is this thing that I'm painting at this exact moment? What? This little wing of his beard? It's very odd. What was he thinking? You know, now that I've got these wrinkles in his hat in place, part of me feels like something needs to happen here. I know it's not in the original, but this would be... In fact, you know, let's take a second to look at... see if we can find the original. Okay. So this gives you an idea of what this original image looked like. I'm trying to see if I can find anything that I can use. Okay, there's a seam. Shoulder. Where'd this go? Kind of like, I mean, it's, I don't know. I mean, this, does it work? I think it kind of works, maybe. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the face now. Okay, let's take our black. I'm gonna take a tiny bit of white. Blow dry this so I don't smear anything. Okay, let's paint Santa's eyes now. Actually, let's zoom back in. Okay, I'm going to take my gold color, mix it in a little bit with this gray. Take a bit of white, take a bit of black. Ah, it's not on camera. So this is a bit of a visibly darker gold than the gold I've been using thus far. And arguably closer to, this actually probably looks like the gold I could or should have been using throughout the entire painting. I'll put the reflection on there separately. A little highlight in the eye. Now those glasses, do I want to do them with the same dark line? I think I'm going to go back to the lighter color. And then potentially go over any lines that I feel need to be a little bit darker, right? Now, obviously, the Warhol's kind of outlined it with two parallel lines. That might be just a little bit too... I mean, I could do it, but obviously I feel like, oh my goodness, that's going to take me longer than I want to spend on that area. I mean, okay. So I think I'm going to go back to my darker gold color. And It's always so hard to tell if those eyes are looking the same direction or not. So I don't want to do too many more of these slightly darker areas. I just want to try to integrate kind of almost, so I'll just show you kind of what it looks like as I back out a bit. Maybe that's good enough. Okay. So we are just about at the end. There's just a few little details that I want to do to wrap this painting up. I really like how it's turned out thus far. It's a little bit, obviously it's different than the original, but I'm pretty keen on what I've got here. So let's bring the original back up. I guess what we need to do is the reflections on, in fact, I should blow dry all that first. Do I want to add any more a darker line? I think I might just actually add a little bit of a darker line in here. Oh, I don't know if that made it, if that was a good idea or not. I don't think I'm going to change it, but don't know if it needed to be done. Okay. Let's get some pure white out of the tube and paint the highlights on the eyes. Where should those go? Let's start with this eye. Clean up any smudges or things in the white. Okay. That's pretty good. He looks way more cartoony in mine. Obviously his has got like that is based on a print. A. Logan says, I like the shaved bottom lip. The shaved bottom lip. Interesting. I feel like I want a bit more glitter down here. Probably the only time I've ever said that in my life. Do I want glitter? Do I want to add more glitter? Like put actually glitter into the white there. I mean, maybe it's not enough for the glitter just to be there. Yeah, let's do glitter. Let's glitter everywhere. This time we're just gonna do a transparent layer of glazing fluid. So I'll get a clean brush, glazing fluid. I mean, as I said, the glazing fluid, or the Warhol used diamond dust in this painting. Let's just put glazing fluid right over. And I think that's in all of the, basically these yellow marks are what his were a little bit more, a little darker than mine, but apply a thicker layer of okay, let's break out the glaze again. Yeah, I don't know about it in the white. It's more obvious because it's going to look a little bit. It looks almost. I mean, this is a particular glitter I've had for years. I think. When did I? I've probably had this for 25 years, carrying it from studio to studio, not knowing when to use it. So when I was thinking about this painting, I'm like, let's get that glitter out. Let's use this stuff. There's kind of a bit of a clump of glitter there. Ah, trying to do kind of even. Big dump of it came out. Oh, my daughter's gonna love this one. The painting we did of Picasso last week with all the texture on it. She loved it so much she was chewing on it. Trying to chew off big glops of paint, which, you know, I just love. You know, it's like, you know, the idea that you make a painting that your child loves so much that they can't take their hands off of it. You know, I think that's a good thing. You know, maybe if I was painting it for an exhibition or something, I might feel a little bit differently, but even then that would be, I think, a bit of a point of pride. Okay, let's whatever I can up here. I gotta let that dry as much as possible before I blow dry it. And I did apply a fairly thick coat of glazing fluid here, so I want to clean my hands off. Let's see. Since my hands got glitter, let's. So, I think that's probably okay. Paintbrush in here. So maybe I should show what I'm doing here is just trying to brush the glitter off the rest of the painting. I'm probably gonna, rather than try to blow dry this right now, because I put a fairly thick layer of glazing fluid on here, and that glazing fluid, because it's got chemicals that slow the drying process down, could take maybe another 10 minutes to really fully cure. So there's no reason for me to hurry that process up at all. So I might just leave it like that for now. And then what I'll do after this episode is apply another layer of glazing fluid over top of that to help seal that in. You can see where there's a clump there, but that's okay. It kind of almost, it's like in a little bit of the fold of the hat. Great. Glitter. Okay. What are you gonna do? Glitter. So we have made it to the end of another painting. I think this one turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. So let's, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you found this to be of interest to you, or if it was so ridiculously terrible that you want to see more terrible things like this, or you loved it and you want to see more and you want to continue learning with me, consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation as little as $1 or $5 or $20 million pocket change for some of you, consider leaving a donation through PayPal, the YouTube Super Chat. You want to send an e-transfer or an old-fashioned check in the mail, contact me through my email address, which is on the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down below. Join the Facebook group. Take a photograph of the artwork you created so that we can celebrate it on an upcoming bonus episode. So there's the original. I'm going to get glitter all over my face. And let's compare it to my version here. So I think all in all, I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. Mine looks a little bit more cartoony. I could have done more glazing in here to kind of get a little bit more of a quote-unquote realistic face, but I think that's okay. You know, also as I look at that, I'm like, you know what, I could have put a little bit of a shadow of the glasses on his cheek, but, you know, again, it's like, I think it's okay. Yeah, I'm happy with the way that turned out. So let's zoom in here, just take a little close-up look at, maybe let's go back one. Okay. So let's start there in the corner looking at this beard. So remember, the original artwork was square, so you know, pretty much everything below, you can even see how this is the same curl kind of copied a second time there. Like it kind of made its way into my own painting too. So that wasn't there. That's all just clone stamp in Photoshop. And so I've basically, this bottom edge of the painting is stuff I've added to it. I think it's okay. I mean, the way that I painted this, you know, you know, there's several layers of different kinds of glazes and paints in there to kind of give a bit of texture for that beard. I think it turned out, I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out, actually. Yeah, let's look at the other side here. Now, the way this was done is that there's like, it's obviously some kind of red, and then this kind of gold that's painted over top with diamond dust in his version, or silk screened, I should say, over top. I didn't want to go so dark with that gold. I wanted to preserve, you know, Santa's red costume a little bit, and so I opted instead to try to draw some, or paint some of these folds over there. You tell me how well that worked. I don't know, it's okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think it's fine. I also went and painted some of these darker lines, which he did not do. I think he used one consistent dark line, and these gold lines here could probably, or should have been darker technically, but I actually like the way they look. That little bit of kind of that lighter shade. It's different than what he did, but there's that nuance in terms of my own painting. I'm happy with the way that worked out. So the ball on his hat. Oops. You know, come on, stay in one place. Where are you going? What's going on? You know, because of that glitter there, now we see, you know, the little spots there. I don't know I mean, it's okay. I think I felt like if I just had glitter on his shoulder and chest and that little bit in his hat, it just wouldn't have been enough. So I made an executive decision to put that glitter in the white ball and on the top of his hat there. Which is perfectly fine. And I think my daughter is going to love that. So again, the original was square, so pretty much this whole area of the painting was non-existent, and I've just invented all of that there. So including in this version here, probably the original cut off about there. So these lines are all fabricated in Photoshop. You know, an area where, you know, in retrospect, this line curving off to the left, not so happy with that. In fact, I'm so unhappy with that I think I'm just gonna quickly paint. Paint this line kind of curving inward here. It's probably better. I'll take a bit of red. Just that little bit of a nuance just shows that that hat is curving inward back towards, so it's as opposed to curving outward, right? Before it was kind of curving out and leading us out. This one's kind of pulling us back into the center. Little tiny detail, but you know, sometimes those details are important. And then just to conclude here, looking at Santa's face. Maybe I'll just kind of be here for a second. So here what you see on the left, that is the edge of the painting. So basically all of this area to the left of my hand there was non-existent, and I've added, you know, so what, a good 1.5 inches on the left hand side of this painting. But I think actually what I decided to do there, I think is okay. I think that's great. So let's pull this back out. Let's see them there side by side. That's great. That's cool. I like that. That's going to be a fun one to have around the house for the next little bit. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you so much for painting along with me tonight. I can't wait to see what you created. Did you paint a Santa? How did yours turn out? Take a photograph, upload it to the Facebook group. Let's celebrate all of our artistic achievements together in an upcoming bonus episode. I think next week that's going to take place. I know I say next week all the time, but that should be next week. Also on Thursday, we're going to be doing another Warhol painting, one of using his blotting technique. And if you've never done blotting, which almost nobody but Warhol ever did, then let's a good opportunity for you to learn that cool technique. So we'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. We'll see you again. And I hope all of you get what you want for Christmas. Peace, my friends. We'll see you again soon. Oh, 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 oh. Merry Christmas. Ho,